Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, ministers here present in the meeting of Parliament, I hereby reconvene this meeting, offering meeting on the draft budget 2025 with presentations, or the first presentation, a general one on the state of affairs, basically, with respect to the budget by the Prime Minister. And then the Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka Gums, had started her presentation. I now want to give the floor to the Minister of Finance. Minister Gums, you have the floor, and you may continue where you left off, or at least from the point where you can now pick it up and continue. Minister Gums, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon once again. I will continue with the sentence regarding the much-needed investment loans of the 132 million guilders for our utility company, mental health facilities, and the prison. The interest rate was initially set at 3.4% conservatively, with a total loan amount of 132 million guilders. However, based on the bond issuance results, the final interest rate is now 2.43%, leading to a positive outcome. This adjustment results in a savings of 1.3 million guilders in interest expenses, which will be addressed in a note of unwising amendment note. And the last point from the CFT, number 3, was provide an adequate explanation for the 52 million guilder loan request for investments in 2025. Each proposed investment has been detailed in the notes to the budget. Further clarification and elaboration on these investments will be provided later in the presentation. All 3 recommendations from the CFT have been incorporated into the 2025 budget. Our projected revenues and tax structure for the coming years are closely linked to economic growth. As the economy expands, tax revenues naturally increase due to higher corporate profits, rising individual incomes, and increased consumption, impacting taxes such as income tax, profit tax, and turnover tax. Conversely, economic slowdowns typically lead to reduced revenues. For 2025, we anticipate a 3% correlation between economic growth and tax revenues. However, these estimates are subject to actual economic performance and require careful monitoring and adjustments as needed. Tax revenues for 2025 are projected at 453 million guilders, up from 426 million in 2024. This growth is largely driven by increased wage and turnover taxes, supported by new construction projects that are expected to stimulate employment and consumption. By 2026, the introduction of the tourist tax, projected to generate 18 million guilders annually, will provide a notable boost to revenues. Additionally, while further tax reforms and improvements in tax administration are planned, their impact is expected to be realized in the longer term. As for the expenses, our multi-year projections are based on several key assumptions across economic categories. Personnel costs for 2025, a 2% salary indexation and a 1% increase in vacation allowance are included, along with allowances for bonuses and step increases. Besides this, the operations of the new prison will lead to an increase in personnel becoming significant from 2027 by 2.5 million guilders. Goods and services. Moderate growth is expected as inflation is projected to remain stable at 2 to 3% annually. Social provisions and health care. Rising costs are anticipated due to the aging population, with seniors increasing from 5% of the population in 2011 to 13% in 2022. Interest payments rising due to increased capital loans and refinancing agreements. This refinancing of liquidity support loans as a reduced interest rate of 2.9% will slightly mitigate the impact. These projections emphasize the need for careful monitoring, timely reforms, and efficient use of resources to maintain financial stability in the coming years. This slide provides a comprehensive overview of the expenses and revenue generated by each ministry. The Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Justice have the highest expenses, with totals of $122 million and $105 million, respectively. On the revenue side, the Ministry of Finance generates the most, with $467 million, followed by the Ministry of TEATT, which generates $59 million. The 2025 budget includes a total of 359 million guilders allocated to the capital account. Of this, 271.5 million is reserved for investments in capital goods, and 87.7 million is allocated for debt repayments and student loans. Of the total, 271.5 million for capital goods, 171.9 is for projects carried over from the 2024 budget amendment, and 47.7 million is for projects from the 2023 budget amendment. These projects were delayed and shifted to 2025 due to execution setbacks. The 2024 capital goods projects are funded through 132 million in loans, 33 million in contributions from BZK for the prison, and 6 million from Teweyo Tema A1 for the second phase of the ERP system. Additionally, 26 million from a 60.9 million loan received in 2023 remains unused and has been reallocated to the 2025 budget to support ongoing execution. Further contributions from Teweyo include 22 million guilders, of which 6 million is allocated to strengthening financial management, Tema A1, and 16 million is designated for implementing a new tax system, Tema C5, together with the unused loans amount of 26 million. This totals 48 million in the 2025 budget. The 87.7 million allocated for debt repayments and student loans comprises of 73.5 million from loans taken prior to October 10, 2010, 5.2 million for student loans, and 7.2 million for regular repayments. The 73.5 million will likely need refinancing through a new loan, while student loans and regular repayments will be covered by existing resources. The remaining 52 million guilders from the 271.5 million is for new capital investments, requiring additional financing through a new loan in 2025. This loan incorporates several significant investments, including the Ministry of Justice, 10 million guilders for the new prison. 2, Ministry of TEATT, 9.5 million guilders for a new building for the Met Department. And number 3, Ministry of Public Housing, Spatial Planning, Environment and Infrastructure, VROMI, 18 million guilders for land acquisition. The opening balance of loans stands at 1 billion guilders. To fund the capital account, a new loan of 52 million will need to be secured. Additionally, in 2025, the repayment of 73.5 million loan. As mentioned earlier, refinancing this loan is critical to maintaining financial stability. Alongside the full repayment of 73.5 million guilder loan, an additional 9 million regular loan repayments is required. This brings the total loan balance as of December 2025 to 1 billion guilders. These repayment obligations highlight the importance of careful planning and decision-making to safeguard the country's financial stability. Timely measures must be taken to ensure smooth refinancing and manage the impact of liquidity effectively. Continuous monitoring of the loan portfolio and proactive management of financial obligations are essential to minimizing risk and maintaining a solid financial position. As stated previously, the debt for climate swap is a topic I would like to discuss with the Netherlands. This is something I am particularly keen on exploring for our country. While we continue to borrow to finance necessary investments, it would be far more beneficial to redirect the funds currently used to repay loans towards investments that contribute to our country's development. This will be a critical conversation I intend to pursue with the Netherlands as we move forward. The Ministry of Finance has the following 4 strategic focus areas. 1, financial stability and efficient resource management. The ministry is focused on ensuring fiscal stability through initiatives that improve revenue collection efficiency, refine budget forecasting, and enhance public spending management. Key actions include digitalizing the tax system to improve compliance, implementing cost-saving measures, and adopting cash flow management practices that enable consistent funding for essential services. Investment in critical public infrastructure will further support the government's ability to meet service demands while achieving long-term economic sustainability. Number 2, transparency and public trust. To build public confidence and foster civic engagement, the ministry is committed to implementing comprehensive financial management reforms. Regular audits, transparent financial reporting, and accessible tax administration systems are central to this effort. Digital compliance systems and tax reforms will increase trust in government operations, ensuring transparency and alignment with national and international standards. Number 3, a stable economic environment. Sustained economic stability is essential to protecting citizens from financial uncertainty and supporting growth. The ministry aims to achieve this through improved treasury operations, strengthened monetary and credit systems, and focused debt management. Collaboration with the central bank on fiscal policies, a targeted debt restructuring plan, and cost-saving measures are part of a strategic approach to fostering a stable economic environment that protects against instability and promotes long-term growth. And number 4, inclusive growth and development. The ministry is committed to ensuring equitable economic growth by aligning national fiscal policies with broader development objectives. This includes working closely with other ministries and international partners engaging in regional initiatives and targeting support for marginalized communities. Through strategic resource allocation and collaborative efforts, the ministry will ensure that economic benefits are broadly distributed, promoting social equity and inclusiveness at every level of society. This diagram represents the organizational structure of the Ministry of Finance in St. Maarten. Here's an explanation of its key components. Minister. At the top of the structure is the Minister of Finance, who leads and oversees the entire ministry. Staff Bureau. Directly under the minister is the Staff Bureau, which consists of the SG and the concerned controller. 3, main departments. The ministry is divided into several key departments, each with its own focus and responsibilities. Fiscal Affairs focuses on tax-related policies and broader fiscal policy making. Department of Finance Policy. This department includes section policy and budget, responsible for developing financial policies, preparing budgets, and ensuring alignment with national priorities. Section AO and IC refers to administrative organization, internal control, focusing on establishing and maintaining financial procedures and controls. Financial accounting. This department handles the financial records and payroll of the government and includes financial accounting, manages general accounting and financial reporting, salary and wages, handles government payroll and wage-related matters. Tax administration. This department oversees tax collection and compliance. Its subjections include support, which provide operational and administrative support, receivers, handles the receipt and collection of tax payments and revenues, audit, focuses on auditing taxpayers for compliance with tax laws, inspectorate, enforces tax laws and ensures proper compliance. This structure ensures that the Ministry of Finance operates efficiently and clear roles and responsibilities divided among its departments to manage the country's financial affairs effectively. The total expenses of the Ministry of Finance amount to 82 million guilders in 2025. The two largest departments contributing to these expenses are the Finance Department, which accounts for 52 million, and the Tax Office, which accounts for 11.7 million. For the Department of Finance, 15 million relates to depreciation expenses, 27 million relates to interest expenses. An additional 10 million is included for TEATT projects, which have a net zero effect on the budget, as they are also recorded as revenue for the country. This explains the increase in staff bureau compared to 2024. The increase of 5 million in the Finance Department compared to 2024 is due to an increase in depreciation of expenses of 2 million and an increase in interest expense of 3 million. Although these expenses are classified under the Ministry of Finance, they primarily represent investments and loans taken out for all ministries. To provide a clearer perspective, if these two items, depreciation and interest, were excluded, the total expenses for the Ministry of Finance, including personnel and material costs, would amount to approximately 30 million for the year. The total personnel expenses for the Ministry of Finance amount to 22 million in both the 2024 and 2025 budget. With regards to material costs, the amount in 2025 totals 59 million compared to 44 million in 2024. This represents an increase of 15 million. Of this 15 million increase, 10 million is attributed to TEATT projects, which are both an income and an expense, resulting in a zero effect on the 2025 budget. Furthermore, 2 million is due to an increase in depreciation costs in 2025 compared to 2024. And 3 million relates to interest expenses, which result from the net effect of loans paid off and new loans taken out. As such, on a financial level, there are no major differences in the general expenses within the Ministry of Finance for the year 2025 compared to that of 2024. The total revenue generated by the Ministry of Finance is budgeted at 466 million guilders in 2025 compared to 433 million in 2024. The biggest revenue generator for the country of St. Maarten is tax revenue, which is budgeted at 418 million in 2025. The second highest revenue generator for the Ministry of Finance is the bank license fees, which amount to 32 million guilders in 2025. The tax revenue can be further broken down as follows. The top three tax generating sources for 2025 are wage tax at 174 million, turnover tax at 165 million, and profit tax at 44 million. As can be seen, wage tax is the biggest revenue source for the country of St. Maarten. This clearly shows that the people of St. Maarten are carrying this country on their backs. However, it's important to note that not all people contribute equally, as we all have the gray and black markets. including off-the-book workers and those earning below the taxable income threshold who are not paying taxes. One of my key goals is the adjustment of wage tax brackets and percentages. But it is essential that we implement the tourist tax. This tax will generate a significant amount of additional revenue, which will allow us to make adjustments to both the wage tax and the profit tax, while still increasing overall revenue for the country. With total expenses of approximately $82 million, the Ministry of Finance generates $466 million in revenue annually. This is almost 5 times the expenses, showing the important role the ministry plays in ensuring the financial stability of St. Maarten. One of the major projects within the Ministry of Finance is the project Future of Finance. The Future of Finance program, initiated in 2021 under Thema A of the country package, is designed to enhance St. Maarten's financial management and supervision practices, ensuring the government achieves full control and oversight of its public finances. The program brings several benefits that will enhance the way financial processes are managed within the government of St. Maarten. 1, improve financial control. One of the most significant benefits is the improvement in financial control. By integrating modern tools and processes, we will have better oversight and governance over public finances. 2, increase efficiency. The program is designed to streamline operations, automate repetitive tasks, and reduce inefficiencies, allowing staff to focus on more strategic initiatives. 3, reduction of risks. With the implementation of a comprehensive risk management framework, we will minimize errors and ensure compliance with financial regulations. Timely availability of reliable information. Number 4, this initiative ensures that decision makers have access to accurate and up-to-date financial data, enabling timely and informed decision making. Number 5, enhanced collaboration. By integrating workflows and tools, the program fosters better collaboration among departments, ensuring that everyone is aligned and working together effectively. 6, user-friendly way of work. The new system is intuitive and user-friendly, making it easier for staff to adapt and work efficiently with minimal disruptions during the transition. Number 7, centralized data. All critical financial data will be centralized, making it accessible in one place. This eliminates silos and ensures consistency across processes. And number 8, increase customer satisfaction. Finally, these improvements will have a direct impact on the citizens we serve, increasing customer satisfaction by delivering more efficient and transparent services. Our first major milestone is the successful launch of the new ERP system, Microsoft Dynamics 365, and F&O go live on April 1, 2025. This system will replace the outdated Decade platform and will be fully functional with seamless interfaces and ready-to-use data. In conclusion, for me as Minister of Finance, this program is not only just about improving financial processes, it's about transforming how we operate, collaborate, and serve our citizens. Key goals for 2025. Digital archiving law. The introduction of a digital archiving law aims to ensure the secure and systemic storage of government records in compliance with modern standards. This initiative will enhance transparency, data accessibility, and accountability across public institutions. While I assumed office and first visited the tax office, I was appalled by the overwhelming number of boxes piled up and the overall working environment. While these boxes have since been moved to a storage location, simply relocating them does not address the core issue. The real problem lies in the fact that our current laws do not allow for digital archiving. I initiated steps to address this issue immediately, and my goal is to have the digital archiving framework fully implemented by 2025. Digital income tax filing and tax procedures. We will prioritize the implementation of a fully digital income tax filing system to simplify and streamline compliance for taxpayers. This initiative aims to reduce administrative burdens, enhance efficiency, and improve timely revenue collection. Even prior to the implementation of the new tax system, we are focused on making tangible improvements in the process. Despite significant setbacks caused by the retendering of the new tax system, my goal remains to achieve progress. As such, we are committed to digitalizing the income tax filing system and enhancing the overall experience for both taxpayers and the tax office employees. Simplifying and modernizing tax legislation. Our goal is to revise and modernize antiquated tax laws to align with current economic realities and global best practices. By simplifying the tax framework, we aim to foster a fair, competitive, and business-friendly environment. As previously stated, my goal is set on adjustment of the wage tax, profit tax, vehicle tax, and introduction of the tourist tax. Streamlining payment processes within finance. Efforts are underway to create seamless and efficient payment processes within the Ministry of Finance. This would lead to faster disbursements, improved cash flow management, and enhanced service delivery. Leveraging digital tools for improved efficiency. We are committed to integrating advanced digital tools to optimize the ministry's operations and decision-making process. These innovations will increase productivity, reduce costs, and improve overall financial governance. Boosting tax compliance. We aim to implement targeted measures to increase tax compliance through improved enforcement, public education, and streamlined processes. By fostering a culture of accountability, we will ensure fair contributions and bolster government revenue. Tax reform and retracting outdated taxes. Reforming the tax system includes phasing out outdated taxes that no longer serve their purpose or align with modern economic realities. This initiative will simplify the system, reduce administrative burdens, and promote fairness for taxpayers. Adjusting tax based on substantiation. Tax adjustments will be made by clear and evidence-based substantiation, ensuring rates reflect the current economic environment. This approach will enhance equity in the tax structure and foster trust in the system. As stated, my intention is to gradually lower the profit tax to 15%. Collaboration with Curacao team, SBAP, and ATS for audits and collection. Strengthening partnerships with SBAP and ATS will enhance audit and collection efficiency by leveraging shared expertise and resources. Additionally, as stated, we will not reinvent the wheel, but instead work closely with our counterparts in Curacao who have successfully achieved significant increases in their tax revenue. By learning from their strategies and experiences, we aim to replicate similar successes in improving our own revenue collection. Strengthening road tax controls in collaboration with the Ministry of Justice. Collaborating with the Ministry of Justice will allow us to improve enforcement and compliance with road tax obligation. This joint effort will ensure stricter oversight, reducing evasion, and ensuring equitable contributions. Improving processes at the tax office and receiver's office. Flexible payment approaches, case-specific plans. Introducing flexible payment options and case-specific plans will provide taxpayers with tailored solutions, fostering compliance while accommodating diverse financial situations. This approach aims to reduce arrears while improving taxpayer relations and trust. We cannot continue with a one-size-fits-all approach. I want the government to receive its money promptly, but individuals who cannot pay within the standard 9-month period should not be forced to comply. Instead, their specific circumstances should be considered. In some instances, no agreements are made, leaving the government without funds for extended periods. This is counterproductive, as having an agreement in place would ensure that at least some funds are consistently coming in. By adopting a more pragmatic and flexible approach, we can improve compliance and maintain steady revenue for the government. Focus on current outstanding amounts and automatic refunds. Prioritizing the collection of current outstanding amounts and streamlining automatic refunds will enhance efficiency and fairness in tax administration. Timely refunds and targeted collections will strengthen financial management and taxpayer satisfaction. Rethinking auctions, business closures as last resorts and ensuring no funds are refused. Reassessing auction and business closure procedures and ensuring no public funds are refused while minimizing undue hardships for taxpayers. The cost will be on maintaining balance, fairness, and accountability in these critical processes. Establish clear principles and objectives. Last resort policy. Define auctions and business closures explicitly as measures of last resort to be used only after all other avenues, such as payment plans, mediation, or restructuring, have been exhausted. Non-refusal objective. Create a guiding principle that prioritizes the recovery of public funds, ensuring no financial leakage or missed opportunities for collections. Develop alternative solutions. Flexible repayment plans. Offer case-specific payment options to allow businesses and individuals to settle debts without resorting to closure or asset seizure. Debt restructuring programs. Collaborate with businesses to restructure debt in ways that facilitate repayment over time while allowing operations to continue. Mediation services. Establish a mediation mechanism where disputes can be resolved amicably, avoiding adversarial outcomes that may lead to closures or unnecessary court cases. Public engagement and communication. Education campaigns. Inform taxpayers about their options to avoid auctions and closures, such as flexible payment plans or mediation services. Transparency reports. Publish data on recoveries and the use of the last resort measures to build public confidence in the ministry's approach. Enhancing work culture with a top-down approach. An improved work culture will be cultivated through strong leadership, emphasizing accountability, motivation, and a shared commitment to excellence. Transparent communication and the recognition of achievements will help build a more engaged and productive workforce. As Minister of Finance, I am committed to genuinely listening to the hard-working taxpayers, or tax employees, and broader community. Furthermore, I want to make it clear that the perception of the tax office as a kingdom of its own, operating without accountability for its actions, is a thing of the past. As a ministry, we have our goals that we aim to achieve, and it is essential that these goals are adhered to and actively pursued. Accountability, collaboration, and a shared vision for success will be the foundation of our approach moving forward. Training personnel and addressing limited staffing issues. Investing in training programs will equip staff with the skills needed to excel in their roles while addressing staffing shortages with strategic planning. In addition, collaboration with entities with the applicable expertise such as ATS and SBAP is key. These initiatives will ensure a more competitive and effective workforce to meet organizational demands. 4, filling key vacancies and offering competitive salaries. Filling key vacancies with qualified candidates will address operational bottlenecks and ensure the organization operates smoothly. Additionally, we intend to implement policies to address the issue of individuals serving in acting roles for extended periods. Adjusting the function book and offering competitive salaries will be key to attracting and retaining top talent, thereby strengthening the organization's overall capacity and performance. Ministries utilizing all available funding, NRPB, TEATT, CAPEX. Efficient utilization of funding from entities such as the NRPB, the TEATT, and CAPEX is vital for advancing critical projects and supporting national development. Ministries will be guided to align their initiatives with available resources, ensuring timely execution and transparent reporting. It is very unfortunate that ministries are not adequately taking advantage of funding opportunities such as TEATT, NRPB, or other alternatives. It is equally unfortunate that some ministries solely rely on the country's revenue as their primary source of funding, overlooking the many external funding options available. My intention is to change this mindset and encourage ministries to actively explore and utilize these external funding sources, which can significantly bolster their initiatives and reduce pressure on national resources. Debt swap discussions with the Netherlands and fiscal responsibility. As previously stated, engaging in constructive debt swap discussions with the Netherlands will alleviate financial pressure while promoting sustainable fiscal management. These efforts aim to reduce long-term liabilities, improve credit standings, and strengthen financial independence. Liaison between the tax team and the Minister's office. I intend to implement a dedicated liaison team between the tax office and the Minister's office, which will enhance coordination and accelerated achievement of goals. This collaboration will streamline processes, improve compliance, address both taxpayer and the tax employees' concerns effectively, and ultimately generate increased revenue for the country. Engaging external resources for supplement limited personnel. To overcome current staffing shortages, external resources such as ATS and SBAP will be leveraged to provide immediate expertise and capacity. This strategy ensures continuity in operations while recruitment and training efforts focus on building a resilient long-term workforce. Improving treasury management process. Enhancing treasury management will focus on optimizing cash flow, improving liquidity, and ensuring the timely disbursement of funds. These measures will enable better financial planning and support efficient government operations. Lastly, my goal will always remain the improvement of collection efforts, both within the Ministry of Finance and by encouraging other ministries to focus on collecting all outstanding funds. Exploring new revenue streams will also continue to be key focus of mine, whether within the Ministry of Finance or in collaboration with other ministries. And as Minister of Finance, my overall goal is to ensure the sustainability of our country and its financial future. When looking at ways to increase government revenue, one revenue stream that we can explore is charging airlines or operators who use our airspace on what is called overflight fees. The fees come from airlines or operators who often have to fly over multiple sovereign airspaces. They pay for the use of air navigation services of each country they overfly. This is an internationally accepted practice. In fact, many Caribbean countries such as Barbados, Dominica, and Trinidad derive significant revenue from granting the rights to overfly their airspace. Our strategic location in the Caribbean places us on the flight paths of many transatlantic and regional routes. By leveraging our geographic position, we can explore this new revenue source without directly increasing costs for our people. It is therefore my intention as your Minister of Finance, in conjunction with my colleague, the Minister of TEATT, to explore the possible implementation of overflight fees as a potential revenue stream for the country. Finally, the tourist tax will remain a key focus as it has proven to be a reliable revenue stream, projected to generate more than 20 million annually for the country. This source of income is crucial for sustaining and supporting the nation's financial stability, and it would enable adjustments to other taxes without jeopardizing the country's finances. In closing, I would like to emphasize that through this budget, we seek to address the immediate challenges facing our economy while laying the groundwork for long-term prosperity. My ultimate goal as Minister of Finance is to ensure fiscal discipline. I remain steadfast in my commitment to prudent financial management, ensuring that every guilder spent delivers tangible value to our people while maintaining the stability and sustainability of our nation's finances. Madam Chair, this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to present this budget and for your attention throughout this important debate. I look forward to engaging with members of Parliament and addressing your questions as we collectively work together towards the betterment of our country. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka J. Gums, for your presentation on the Budget 2025 and the Ministry of Finance part in this budget in particular. I am now going to adjourn for just 5 minutes, as I understood, as we go from the Minister of Finance to the Prime Minister now for the Ministry of General Affairs, that a few minutes are necessary in order to make that transition. So I'll adjourn now for 5 minutes. This meeting is adjourned for 5 minutes. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this meeting following a brief adjournment in order for the next minister who will be presenting his ministerial budget, and that is the Prime Minister and the Minister of General Affairs, Dr. Luc Mercelina, who will now be presenting the draft budget for the Ministry of General Affairs. Prime Minister, I invite you to take the floor.
Madam Chair, members of Parliament, thank you for the opportunity for me as Minister of General Affairs to be able to present the budget, the draft budget 2025 for the Ministry of General Affairs. To give an elucidation on the draft budget for the Ministry of General Affairs, I will put some attention to some financial highlights for the Ministry of General Affairs. I will give some indications of priorities for the Ministry of General Affairs. And at the end, I will give some strategic approach how to move forward in 2025 with the Ministry of General Affairs. For the financial highlights, being the first one that I would like to pay attention to, we will put some attention to the budget 2024 compared to the budget 2025. Afterward, we will pay some attention to personal expenses for the Ministry of General Affairs. We will also elucidate some operational costs. We will pay some attention to subsidies and our strategic focus for 2025. Starting with the personal expenses, as you can see, we have the blue and the green and the orange. The personnel costs are the blue, the operational are the green, and the subsidies are actually the segment of the circus. And in this way, you get a good impression of our division of how we want to deal with the budget and compare it also to 2024 compared to 2025. The personal expenses for 2025 have increased by approximately 1,794,863 Antillean guilders, representing approximately 39% of the total budget, compared to 38% in 2024. This increase is primarily due to increments that are necessary to comply with established agreements and ensure equitable compensation for the ministry's dedicated workforce. These adjustments are vital to maintaining morale and productivity within the organization. Concerning operational expenses and subsidies, operational expenses and subsidies remain unchanged at, for the operational expenses, 42,268,810 guilders, and for the subsidy, it remains at 5,918,673 guilders. However, their proportional share of the total budget has decreased to 53% and 7%, reflecting the Ministry's ongoing commitment to optimizing operational efficiency within a reduced budgetary framework. Concerning an idea about the total budget for the Ministry of General Affairs has increased modestly by 2.3%, actually in an absolute figure of 1,794,864 guilders to an amount of 79,110,975 guilders. This increase reflects our focus on personnel costs, with no additional resources allocated to operational expenses or subsidies. Looking now at the strategic focus for 2025, given the constrained budget, the Ministry of General Affairs will prioritize its resources to address the most pressing needs and align with the broader goals of government. Key focus for the Ministry of General Affairs will be at the first place supporting personnel through necessary increments to ensure workforce stability and continuity. Secondly, maintaining operational efficiency to ensure uninterrupted delivery of essential services without additional financial burden. And thirdly, concentrating efforts and resources on the Ministry's strategic priorities, which will be detailed in this presentation. Concerning the commitment to fiscal discipline, despite the limited increase in the overall budget, the Ministry remains resolute in its dedication to transparency, accountability, and achieving meaningful outcome for the people of Sint Maarten. This careful allocation reflects a balance between fiscal responsibility and the need to uphold the Ministry's operational effectiveness. Moving forward to the priorities of the Ministry of General Affairs, first of all, the first area of priority will be to focus on fostering good governance. Secondly, focusing on efficient public services, focusing also on partnership for goals, and of course, paying attention to national security and disaster management. To start with, fostering of good governance pertains to the ensuring of the internal operation of the public administration operational governance. In order to do so, critical in this day and age is, of course, the digitalization of process, cybersecurity, digital realm of governance, as well as ensuring the integrity, infrastructure, and framework that the digital system are founded on. Secondly, we are focusing on efficient public services. Government remains committed to providing services to the community of Sint Maarten. The Ministry of General Affairs considers the services being offered to the community as a pillar in this society. These services must not only be of quality but also efficient. In doing so, several initiatives for enhancing the services of government are underway. Core services that are being emphasized are that of the Civil Registry. The Civil Registry is a major provider to the community, providing services such as the issuing of driver's license, passports, identification cards, and registration forms. Another focus area is the partnership for the goals. This is in particular important for Sint Maarten as a small island state. Identifying and securing partnerships that have added value to Sint Maarten and its community is very important. It is also important to understand that Sint Maarten cannot do this alone. As such, partnership nationally, regionally, and internationally are significant for Sint Maarten. Partnerships such as the CIDEMA, the CRIF, the European Union, and very significant cross-border cooperation are of essence for Sint Maarten. Concerning now the national security and disaster management, the following. Another critical area for the Ministry of General Affairs is that of the disaster management. The effects of climate change are evident. In 2017, Sint Maarten, of course, experienced devastating hurricanes under the name of Irma and Maria. Lessons are learned from the hurricanes, and those hurricanes disaster management at this particular moment is very important for Sint Maarten. As such, it is important for disaster management to become a 24/7 endeavor. However, to do so, an Office of Disaster Management is needed. an office that will focus continuously on disaster management and all aspects related to disaster management. This includes the much-needed EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. In addition to the Office of Disaster Management, government is also investing into development of an early warning system. An early warning system that will ensure that the community of St. Maarten is not only informed in a timely but also in an adequate manner. The second area of priority for the Ministry of General Affairs is the efficient public services. One of them is, for example, the passport archive system. The current system is an archive system where the passport information is stored. This is quite an outdated system as such, and that's why we need to renew the system. The current company does not provide this specific service product anymore. New technology and a more secure system is obligatory at this particular moment. The second focus point in our priority is, of course, the laser engraving printer that we need, as the current printing system is outdated and experiencing operational challenges. This initiative is a printer for identification cards and driver license. It is a laser that will personalize blank identification cards and driver license cards. Another topic that we will focus on is services for the community. A third area of priority is the fostering of good governance. The Ministry of General Affairs plays a pivotal role in supporting the whole of government. This role is characterized as the shared services of government. With shared services, it entails services that are not just for the Ministry of General Affairs, but for every ministry and every department throughout government. As such, several initiatives are underway to enhance the efficiency of the services related to digitalizing the internal processes of government. The Digital Transformation Project is for the improving of the efficiency of public services that will introduce a digital identification system to improve and process the integration between different systems, legislation, and capacity building for civil service and external stakeholders as well for St. Maarten. Secondly, we're going to pay attention to a revamping ICT department, improving the functioning of the ICT department by implementing standard operating procedures, new structure, including function book and how the organization works with the various departments. We will have also to focus on cyber security. This pertains to training for the civil servants as well as a replacement of the old firewalls with new ones. Also, we will have to work on the integration of the two systems that we know as AIMS and joints. We will have to improve document management and flow of internal advices. One topic that should get also attention this year is the cloud migration. Strengthen infrastructure for government by migrating critical systems to the cloud to reduce vulnerabilities with issues such as power outages. Building the resilience of IT infrastructure is a must at this particular moment. The fourth area of priority is the Partnership for Goals. For example, the CRIF, the Caribbean Catastrophic Risk Insurance Facility, is parametric insurance for natural disasters with as objective to limit the financial impact of a disaster on government by providing financial liquidity. This insurance has been in place as a result of lessons learned from Hurricanes Irma and Maria. St. Maarten will continue to make use of this parametric insurance and is looking into the additional products of the CRIF in the water sector, utility sector, and fishery sector. Secondly, another one that we have is the CIDEMA. Sint Maarten recently became a member of the CIDEMA, being the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. That this membership exhibits the commitment of government to disaster management. Being a member of CIDEMA, Sint Maarten forms part of a wider organization that, in the event of a disaster, support is provided. Support that can be provided includes boats on the ground, support with logistics, supplies as well as technical support. In addition, CIDEMA offers a wide range of expertise as it relates to disaster management, expertise in the area of preparedness and also in the area of response planning. Another one is the cross-border cooperation with our neighbors. Currently, the development of a cross-border strategy is well underway. This strategy aims at outlining not only how Sint Maarten and Saint Martin can work more structurally together, but also in which specific areas can be further explored. Furthermore, this strategy also allows for synchronized planning and also alignment of development teams between both sides of the island. Donor funding, that is also something that we have to focus more on in 2025. Thus far, the largest donor to Sint Maarten is, of course, the European Union. As an overseas country, territory Sint Maarten benefits from funding and financing through the European Union programs. To make better use of these opportunities, the Ministry of General Affairs will start a funding desk. The funding desk aims at centralizing information externally and internally with stakeholders on the various envelopes such as criteria, deadlines, processes, and as well as providing assistance, support when applying for funding. The final area of priority is the national security and, of course, the disaster management for our country. National security Sint Maarten is the national security Sint Maarten is divided into two areas. The first one is, of course, the man-made disaster, and secondly, the natural disasters. From the perspective of the Ministry of General Affairs, it is imperative to continue to invest in disaster management. This not only enhances the resilience of the island, it protects lives and ensures adequate preparedness. As such, the Ministry of General Affairs continues to focus on the development of the Office of Disaster Management and the Early Warning System for Sint Maarten. The Office of Disaster Management, that is also a point of attention for the government this coming year. Sint Maarten is vulnerable to the effects of a wide range of natural and human-induced hazards. As an extremely vulnerable small island development state, the SIDS, Sint Maarten continues to struggle with the anchoring of resilience. There is an established ODM, Office of Disaster Management. Through legislation, further details as to the task, roles, responsibility, and mandate have not been developed and declared yet. This project will support the development and operationalization of a comprehensive disaster management based on the ODM through the development of a framework and roadmap for its establishment. Considering what I have mentioned already being the early warning system, Sint Maarten currently has no system in place to generate nor disseminate timely, accurate, and meaningful warning information to enable persons to prepare adequately. A significant fact is that not only the technological component of early warning is lagging, but moreover a basic framework for warning remains non-existent. Lessons learned from the hurricanes of 2017 and COVID-19 highlights the need to institutionalize and harmonize hazard warnings. there is a need to determine roles, responsibility, standardization of messaging, identification of the most suitable and feasible technology, cost, and also the steps for implementation. Furthermore, there is the need for a layered approach to mass notification. This also takes the ethnographic diversity of Sint Maarten into consideration. Another factor is the internal training program for personnel from the fire department. The internal training program of the fire department ensures that fire personnel are kept up to date. These trainings are continuous and attached to the certification of fire personnel. Trainings such as operating the pumps on the trucks, handling of chemicals, and entering buildings are constantly necessary. The Sint Maarten Safety Academy for Public Health and Emergency Response, the SAFER, is also a point of attention for this government. This is a significant stride for the fire department and for its personnel. This initiative is basically a safety institute that will provide trainings to external stakeholders. These trainings are specifically for community risk reduction and emergency response. Trainings such as handling of boat fires, safety precautions, as well as first responder training for businesses in the handling of specific equipment, such as fire extinguishers, are included in this project. This includes certification, for example, working for those on the boats. As mentioned previously, government has been struggling with several challenges related to personnel, bureaucracy, as well as silo operating. As such, emphasis will be placed on the following. We will focus on streamlining processes and enforcement of internal policies. Several internal processes are outdated and continue to create stagnation throughout the civil services. As such, it is the ambition of the Ministry of General Affairs to streamline the advisory process to ensure a more smooth, efficient, and effective handling of internal advices. For example, processes related to having personnel advices approved. Currently, approximately 12 signatures are needed for the processing of a personal advice. The current process that are being followed are processes that have been in place for quite some years. These processes no longer support the nature of the public administration as it is now, thereby resulting in extreme delays in the handling of matters internally. The enhancing support services, as highlighted, the Ministry of General Affairs supports all ministries throughout government through the shared services. In particular, emphasis will be placed on the Department of Facility Services as well as the Department of Personnel. Currently, a review is underway as to short-term, medium, and long-term resolution of outstanding challenges such as backlog in payments, updating and digitalization of the administration, as well as streamlining the process for services and goods, as well as updating policies related to personnel. Significant in this regard is also ensuring the enforcement of policies to limit leakages. As last, the harmonization within the Ministry of General Affairs and whole government in general, inter-ministerial cooperation as we call it, executive level cohesion and collaboration, improving the collaboration between ministries on various topics such as youth, social well-being, seniors, and environment are paramount. And at last, the updating of critical internal policies. This particularly relates to the current policies related to personnel and the updating of those policies to support the nature of and not only the organization, but also with the keep up with modern developments nowadays. I think these are actually the points that I would like to accentuate as focus points for the Ministry of General Affairs. In the slides, you could see the amount that has been allocated for the attention points that we're going to give this year to the government of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, I would like to thank you for this possibility for me to give this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs, for the presentation of the budget for General Affairs for the year 2025. Thank you very much. We continue, and I believe the next minister is ready to get started one time, and the next minister up for the presentation of her ministry's budget is the Minister of... No, we need a little time, a few minutes here to get ready for the minister or with the Minister of TEATT. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we continue after just a brief adjournment as the ministers transition from one ministry to another. And I invite the Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport and Telecommunication, Mrs. Heiliger Martin, to take the floor to present her ministry's budget for 2025. Minister Heiliger Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the Secretary General. Good afternoon to the members of Parliament, those sitting in the tribune, and those listening and viewing online, and also a pleasant or prosperous Happy New Year to one and all. In 2025, the Ministry of TEATT will be focused on reshaping our priorities, reforming outdated systems, and rebuilding our approach to governance with accountability at the core. Our focus is clear: to restore the policies that meet the evolving needs of our people and our economy. And through these decisive actions, we are not only reforming processes, but also rebuilding trust and reshaping the way we deliver services, ensuring that every step drives meaningful and sustainable growth. This is about adaptation, reshaping our vision, rebuilding our foundation, reforming our systems, and restructuring our policies to create a visible, lasting change for our community. However, we must recognize that 2025 represents not only the beginning stages of this term. This budget largely reflects the continuation of 2024, a foundation upon which we will build, refine, and implement the transformative changes needed to achieve our long-term goals. As Minister of TEATT, I firmly believe that collaboration is the cornerstone of progress, whether it's uniting efforts across ministries or building meaningful partnerships with private sector. We understand that with the current constraints of this conservative budget, it's impossible to achieve everything alone. But through teamwork, innovation, shared commitment, we can overcome challenges and deliver real results. Leadership isn't about doing it yourself. It's about empowering others to succeed alongside you. And as the saying goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. This ministry is committed to leading with purpose, fostering collaboration, and driving the kind of progress that leaves no one behind. Together, we can achieve more than ever before. So on behalf of the Ministry of TEATT, I'd like to present to you what I call the R effect. The ministry is dedicated to supporting and enhancing the economic social development of Sint Maarten. Our core responsibilities include tourism, economic affairs, traffic, and telecommunication. Most importantly, we are committed to creating opportunities for the people of our island and ensuring that everyone can benefit from our initiatives and projects. The following is an overview of the expenses of the ministry. These slides provide an overview of our operational expenses. The charts illustrate that the distribution of our budget between personnel and material costs. The personnel expenses can be seen on the left chart and the material expenses on the right, and along with a comparison between 2024 and 2025. Due to increasing salary scales, the personnel expenses grew by approximately 7% and material expenses remained unchanged. This, as you can see on the display, is an overview of the totals for operational expenses for the respective departments within the ministry. A significant portion of our expenses relates to personnel costs, as mentioned before. The following slides will cover a breakdown per department. Starting with ETT, the Policy Department budget for 2025, which totals are just over 1.7 million guilders. We have maintained material costs at 79,400 guilders, ensuring continuity in essential activities. Personnel costs has increased by 346,268 guilders compared to the amended 2024 budget, reflecting our commitment to enhancing our workforce to support policy development and implementation. By investing in our team and resources, we aim to drive economic growth and improve the quality of life for our community. Some key initiatives for 2025 within this department will include diversification and investments with emphasis on green, orange, and the blue economies, and in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Curaçao and Sint Maarten, we aim to creating policies and legislations to foster fiscal reform and attract foreign direct investment. Next, we have energy and climate development of updated regulatory frameworks, policies on renewable energy and sustainable practices in collaboration with the Ministry of VROMI and BTP. And third, an economic policy reporting and engagement that will focus on price monitoring, economic forecasting, modernization of existing policies, processes, and regulatory frameworks. Next, we go on to the Tourism Department. The STB, Sint Maarten Tourism Bureau budget is for 2025 totals over 6.1 million guilders. Material costs has remained stable at a little over 4.5 million guilders, ensuring that crucial activities such as marketing and projects are adequately funded. The R4 effect, like I mentioned earlier, guides our efforts in the Tourism Department. We're focused on reviving tourism despite externalities, reforming our marketing strategies, and rebuilding our reputation as a top destination and restructuring our budget to maximize impact. Displayed on this slide is an overview of the allocations of the marketing funds. Through stakeholder consultation, industry professionals provided critical insights that led us to rethink how these funds should be utilized to optimize return on investment for the respective market. The stakeholders representation I'm talking about is I met with some hotels in the hospitality industry. So for example, from their perspective, their stakeholders within the tourism sector, it is highlighted that marketing efforts should be primarily focused on markets such as US, Canada, Caribbean, and Europe. I am, however, of the opinion that in today's digital age, prioritizing online travel agencies, OTAs, influencers, and familiarization trips, which is fam trips, is the most impactful way to market a country, especially given our limited resources. Here's why. Our OTA provides global visibility at low cost with a per-performance model and data-driven targeting. Influencers offer authentic, relatable content, reaching niche audience for a fraction of traditional advertising costs. And fam trips deliver earned media and long-term relationships, allowing journalists and bloggers to promote your destination through credible organic storytelling. Large marketing firms are costly, less agile, and often focus on broad strategies that may not align with immediate needs. Also, considering my marketing background, I am confident that had I been given the opportunity to craft this marketing plan before contracts was handed out and budgets diluted, I believe we would have achieved more focused and cost-effective outcomes. The strategy I outlined earlier would have ensured authenticity, measurable results, maximum impact for the investment. And it is not about how much you have, it's how wisely you use it. Next, we go over to the Economic License Department. Under the R4 effect, we are striving to reshape our licensing processes and reform outdated system to promote efficiency. We're actively working on streamlining our processes to improve our services and considering a collaborative effort with public-private partnership to address the backlog. This initiative aims to generate additional revenue through payment of license fees. When it comes to the Stat Department, it is important to know that although the Department of Statistics has not seen significant changes in its budget for 2025 in comparison to the amended 2024 budget, during the 2024 budget amendment, we were forced to make substantial cuts. This resulted in an inability for us to perform the economic census survey, which is used to calculate critical data for the commercial sector. The total budget is a little over 1.3 million guilders, with personnel costs of 1.1 million guilders and material costs remaining steady at 224,071 guilders. Compared to the amended 2024 budget, we've increased our personnel costs by 80,406 guilders. Accurate and timely data is crucial for informed policy making, which is essential for boosting the overall and well-being of our economy. By providing essential statistical research and analysis, the department plays a vital role aiding in informed decision-making as we create policies that drive economic growth and improve public services. With this in mind, we will be actively pursuing alternative means to achieve research that is mandatory. Next, we go on to the Inspection Department, which has a total budget of 6.3 million guilders for 2025. This includes personnel costs amounting to just over 6.2 million guilders and material costs totaling 142,474 guilders. The Inspection Department plays a critical role in ensuring compliance and regulation standards, thereby maintaining public interest and trust. As I present here today, an advice is making its round for a buff-pal training for 9 inspectors. By investing in training and development, we aim to enhance the skills of the inspectors, which will ultimately lead to more efficient and effective inspection. Also noteworthy, during this month, the Inspectorate of Economic and Transport Affairs will implement a re-registration process for all vehicle permit holders. The aim is to create a more strategic confirmation letter process to combat the rising fraud in the passenger transport sector. This updated approach will improve accountability, reduce fraudulent activities, and ensure permits are used actively and legitimately. A confirmation letter issued annually is required for permit holders to obtain road tax for passenger transportation vehicles. Reports of misuse and inactive use of permits have necessitated the new process. So further details about the registration steps and deadlines will be published in the local newspaper this coming week. Next we have, and I think it's the last of the departments, Civil Aviation and Maritime. For the Civil Aviation and Maritime budget for 2025, the totals are just over 1.9 million guilders. Material costs remain stable at 205,860 million guilders, ensuring that essential membership are continued and mandatory travel for trainings are adequately funded. Personnel costs has increased by 67,042 guilders compared to the amended 2024 budget. While on the slide, I would like to inform you of our strategic priorities and measures we are taking to enhance our aviation and maritime sectors. Currently, we are preparing for the upcoming International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, audit. Our goal is to ensure full compliance with the ICAO standards and recommendation practices, which is the SARPs. Additionally, we are prioritizing the attainment of Category 1 certification. Achieving this certification will alleviate our civil aviation sector to meet the highest international safety standards, enhancing our reputation and operational capabilities. As it pertains to the marine sector, although the 2025 budget is tight, like I kind of alluded earlier, we are committed to exploring innovative ways to generate additional revenues from this sector. By reinvesting these funds, we aim to support the growth and the development of a critical industry positioning St. Maarten as a premier global leader in maritime activities. The recent economic impact study underscores the significant contribution of the maritime sector to our GDP. It is therefore imperative that we focus on the sustainable practices and strategic investment to ensure long-term prosperity for our maritime industry. This is the last department, sorry. The Met Department budget for 2025 totals 1.9 million guilders. I mentioned it earlier, but the material cost was kept consistently at 133,511 guilders, which ensures we continue to fund essential activities like training, membership contribution. Personnel costs have seen an increase of 135,331 guilders compared to the amended 2021 budget. This year, we should be able to begin construction on a new building that will house both the Met and the Civil Aviation Department. This state-of-the-art facility will provide a modern and efficient space to support our critical operations, ensuring we deliver accurate and timely weather information and maintain high standards in the civil aviation. Next, I'd like to present key projects and investments. Beginning with the ECYS, or one of the projects that we're doing under the country packages, the ECYS. The ECYS team, which focuses on the improvement of the entrepreneurial and investment climate, currently has 7 projects in the following areas, such as digitizing and centralizing the license procedure for the Department of Economic Licenses and the Chamber of Commerce, and legislation review and amendments of the respective ordinances in regards to doing business, research on investment promotion agency, education programs for the MSMEs, and the agri-sector, and the possibility of financing accordingly. In Q1 of 2025, these projects will commence and provide the necessary changes we have been waiting for in regards to doing businesses and attracting right investments to our shores. Next, we have the A2. Okay. The A2 team, which focuses on strengthening the use of the reliable statistical information and data for policy development and decision-making, has made great headway despite capacity challenges. As of mid-January, the requests made by the ministry since August 2024 for additional support by way of project managers to assist has been recently approved, and persons will be assigned and compensated by TEATT. Said project managers, in coordination with the project team, will review and add via the respective legislation as required. The review of the first draft has been completed as of Q1, will be completed as of Q1 2025, and the team is diligently working on the second draft for review. The legislation is also going to take into consideration the establishment of the ZBO and making the Department of Statistics an independent authority. Next, we have the H2. These are the 3 country packages. Update on the H2. This team is the gaming and gambling reform in St. Maarten. So as of December 2024, the project team has completed the legislation framework, which was the larger focus towards establishing the St. Maarten Gaming Authority. And the project will be working on the selected company, which is GLI, for the next 8 months, starting as of January 2025 on a feasibility study. This study will include a stakeholder consultation, technical regulations, and designing of organization structure and its operational budget and revenue projections for this sector of to name a few. This new study for establishing the Gaming Authority will now provide the details needed to enhance and complete the legislation framework. Next, we go over to capital investments for 2025, which focuses on key infrastructure projects. The largest investment is the 9.5 million guilders for the construction of the new Met and Civil Aviation building, which will provide a modern, efficient space for our operation. And the Met Department will receive 525,000 guilders for new furnitures and equipment for their new building, and an additional 900,000 guilders for the purchase of equipment. Next, we will be giving an overview of the ongoing projects of the ministry. The Sweliga Marketplace, though it met with several setbacks, is now projected to restart construction in January 2025. In addition, following a productive meeting with businesses in town and bus and tour operators, all preparations are in place to launch the Stop and Shop program. This pilot project is in collaboration with the Ministry of VROMI, which has taken the responsibility for the demolition of the wall of the old administration building facing the Walton Nisbet Road. And as a temporary measure, the new bus terminal will be located in front of the big white tent that's there right now. And meanwhile, while that is going to be established, the mini train doing tours has already been providing services to drop off visitors at the temporary marketplace to drive customers to the location. The revitalization of Phillipsburg starts with a development of the beautification master plan. The master plan consists of the not only beautification aspect, but also serve as a guide as we strive to promote a foot traffic throughout our capital, while taking into consideration environment, sustainability, as well as infrastructural best practices. The development of the master plan will rely heavily on stakeholders' input. Once this master plan is completed, we can then move to the implementation, where we would identify priority projects and seek industry professionals to execute the agreed upon plan of approach. The execution of these projects will be in collaboration and efforts between the Ministry of TEATT and VROMI, as well as the private sector. We are also working out a city manager concept to ensure the maintenance of our future investment. Our aim is to transform Phillipsburg into an entertainment capital by enhancing the aesthetics, the ambience, and the overall experience one feels when visiting our capital. Next project is the cultural script and hospitality training. As a key observation has been that many individuals within the hospitality sector have varying and inconsistent narratives about St. Maarten. For example, many are unfamiliar with the country's national dish. Some lack knowledge of St. Maarten's history and tend to share inaccurate or fabricated stories. To address this, the Ministry of TEATT, in collaboration with the Ministry of ECYS, is committed to developing a cultural script. This script will serve as a comprehensive guide to St. Maarten's cultural heritage, historical facts, and unique identity and offering. Once completed, the plan is to incorporate this cultural script into a hospitality training program. This initiative aims to standardize knowledge across the industry, equip all hospitality workers with accurate and engaging information about St. Maarten to share with visitors. And while the details and the duration and timing and fees for this training are still under discussion, the program is expected to become mandatory for everyone in the hospitality industry. The overarching goal is to ensure that every individual interacting with tourists provide a consistent, authentic, and professional representation of St. Maarten. And this initiative underscores our commitment to enhancing our visitor experience while fostering pride in St. Maarten's rich history. Another thing that we plan to do that I haven't added in my notes is to also include this in the schools, in the primary schools, as maybe just like you do the traffic course, we do maybe a brand ambassador course. So this cultural script can also be maybe something we can discuss with ECYS to embed it in the schools. Last, and one before last, is the maritime sector improvement. We are committed to developing the maritime industry to contribute even more than it already does to our economy. I firmly believe that this industry is underserved and has potential to propel the island to a forefront of global maritime market. With the economic impact study now finalized, we can proceed with the implementation of the recommendations for which I intend to implement a work group consisting of industry leaders along with representatives from the relevant departments throughout the organization, from the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of VROMI, and the Ministry of VSA. And last, agriculture development. As we look ahead, ALF entity. One of the primary objectives this year is to take significant steps towards establishing this entity, and this will be achieved through stakeholders' collaboration to ensure all voices are heard and consultations with experts to design the entity's framework. The goal is to have this ALF entity fully operational by 2026, providing focused leadership and support to the sectors. The sector holds a special place in my heart, and as many of you know, from my long-standing advocacy for importance of food security. So my commitment has been further reinforced through recent work visits to the French side, the St. Kitts and Barbados, where I engage in meaningful discussion with government officials. These meetings provided valuable insight into policies and legislation governing agriculture, best practices that has proven success in similar islands, and innovation and modernization within the sector to ensure sustainability. In collaboration with the General Affairs and the Department of Foreign Affairs, I aim to foster stronger relationships with our regional partner. Our ultimate plan includes signing memorandum of understanding with our northern partners of the Land Sint Maarten, St. Kitts, and Barbados, which will focus on food security, ensuring access to affordable food through regional trade, knowledge sharing, leveraging expertise to strengthen our agriculture practices, and future investment and joint projects, collaboration on initiatives that will benefit all parties. Similarly to our existing MOU with the Best Island and the Cas Islands, so the Bonaire, Statia, Saba, Curaçao, and Aruba. These islands also are part of something called the Dutch-Caribbean Alliance Agriculture, Livestock, and Fishery. So this is also an ongoing collaboration MOU that we have that is supporting the ALF entity. An overview of new agencies that we are working on, and the ministry is working on. The R4 effect guides these initiatives. These agencies are designed to generate revenues, lower operational costs, and enhance service delivery, contributing to the overall well-being of our island. We are considering various funding options for the Sint Maarten Tourist, starting with the Sint Maarten Tourism Authority. One possibility being via a tourist entry fee, and it will take on the responsibility of marketing the island. This will reduce the need for the government expenditures on marketing while ensuring consistent and effective promotion for the tourism industry. The civil aviation industry will ensure compliance with ICAO SARPs to raise the status of our aviation sector. The Maritime Industry Agency will focus on making Sint Maarten a global leader in the maritime industry, which is a cornerstone of our economy. The recent economic impact study highlights the sector's significant contribution to the GDP and the need for a sustainable practice to ensure its long-term growth. Next, we have the Investment Promotion Agency, the IPA, will attract foreign investment, driving economic growth and job creation. And finally, the revitalization of the Economic Development Corporation, the EDC, will support local businesses and entrepreneurs, driving our island's innovation and economic growth. Then we have just an overview of upcoming legislation. There's an overview of upcoming laws and policies that are currently under development. The Gaming and Cannabis Ordinance are expected to be presented to Parliament during Q2 and Q3 of this year. We also expect to have the Public Transportation and Updated Economic License Policy ready for late 2025 and draft legislation during 2026. And also, in the near future, some agriculture-related policies are expected to be established late this year with an ordinance expected for 2026. With that, Madam Chair Lady, this concludes my presentation for 2025 for the Ministry of TEATT, and I look forward to questions and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Grisha Heiliger Martin for the presentation of your ministry's budget, policies, and intentions. We now go over to the Minister of Justice, and I ask if any time is needed for a brief transition to the Minister. Yes, we are going to adjourn for 5 minutes as we transition from the Ministry of TEATT to the Ministry of Justice. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. We hereby resume the meeting of Parliament handling the draft budget 2025 for the country St. Martin. We are in the midst of the presentations by the ministers regarding their ministry's budget, and I am now pleased to invite the Minister of Justice, Ms. Natalie Tacklin, to make her ministry's presentation on the budget 2025. Minister Tacklin, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you. I will go right into this. So let me just see how this is. There we go. All right. There we go. All right. Honorable Chair Leedy, esteemed members of Parliament, and all of those viewing and watching at home, good day, and thank you for allowing me to present the draft 2025 budget for the Ministry of Justice. A budget is more than numbers on a page. It's a reflection of our priorities, our values, and our aspirations for the future. As Minister of Justice, I'm tasked with ensuring that justice and security, the bedrock of any thriving society, remain robust and responsive to the needs of our people. However, this year's budget does not provide the flexibility or resources to enable the justice sector to grow. It's a conservative budget designed to maintain balance, but offering little room for progress. While I understand the financial constraints we face as a nation, I must also emphasize that justice and security cannot remain stagnant without repercussions. Justice and security must evolve to meet the ever-changing challenges of today's world. The demands on the Ministry of Justice are growing, pressures from local, kingdom, and international obligations are mounting, and these require sustained investment. Without addressing these challenges, we risk stagnation that could undermine the ministry's ability to fulfill its vital role. It is an essential investment in the safety, stability, and prosperity of our nation. Despite these limitations, I remain resolute in my commitment to finding solutions. I plan to engage actively with my colleagues within government, both locally and within the kingdom, to explore agreements and secure additional resources that enable sustainable growth within the justice sector. Discussions with the Netherlands will also be critical in identifying practical ways to bolster the ministry's capacity. We cannot build a stronger Sint Maarten without investing in justice, and it's my responsibility as Minister of Justice to advocate for this at every level. I'll now go into the presentation. I'll start first to give an example, because I think that this builds well on discussing the budget for justice. The ministry is not just an organization as outlined in the LEOL. So if you look, we'll send these also in digitally to the members of Parliament after. But if you look here at the blue lines and the blue blocks, that's what you see in the LEOL. But as you see, the Justice Ministry is part of a larger complex network referred to as the Justice Chain. And each link in this chain relies on others to effectively fulfill their roles in achieving our mission of preserving safety and order and safeguarding the rule of law. My political and administrative responsibilities, as well as my financial concerns, do not only regard the police, the national detectives, immigration and border control, and the prison, but my responsibilities also extend to the inter-island institutes like the Public Prosecutor's Office, the Coast Guard, and our Common Court of Justice, which are all established and governed by kingdom laws. Other key organizations within the justice chain are the Probation Service, the Court of Guardianship, Victim Support Services. All of these institutions are structurally financed, subsidized by the ministry. And as we can see, justice is indeed the largest ministry within our government. Then to the budget. The budget allocated to the ministry for 2025 totals to 105 million guilders, with personnel costs accounting for 66% of this expenditure. The remaining 34% is designated for operational or material expenses, which includes a notable portion of 35 million guilders, 35.6, allocated to contributions and subsidies for justice partners. It's important to highlight that this budget reflects only the fixed carrying expenses of the ministry, which is quite extensive and does not fully represent the actual needs of the ministry. Then, A closer examination of the budget breakdown reveals that the executive services within the ministry represent about 68% of the total budget. Among the various services, the police department commands the largest share, which is 31%, followed by the House of Detention or the Point Blanche Prison at 15%, and Immigration and Border Patrol Services at 12%. Other divisions like the Landsverordening, Customs, FIU, MOT, Court of Guardianship receive significantly smaller allocations. Again, however, it's important to note that this budget does not accurately reflect the full operational cost necessary for these divisions to function at their optimal capacity. 10% of the Justice budget is allocated to the Policy Department, Judicial Affairs, the Staff Bureau, and the Minister and the Minister's Cabinet. Then, to zoom in a little bit on the justice chain partners that I mentioned before that are governed by kingdom laws, for example, the Prosecutor's Office, Coast Guard, or Raad voor de Rechtshandhaving, the Common Court, all of them receive contributions governed by kingdom laws, and this makes up for 16% of the total budget. This exceeds an amount of 17 million guilders. Additionally, subsidy support constitutes about 4% of our budgeted expenses, benefiting essential institutions within the justice system, such as the probation office, foster care services, victim support services, Turning Point, which we can see on the following page. This is about 4.5 million. The ministry cannot overstate the significance of these justice partners in maintaining overall safety and security, as well as fulfilling the ministry's mission statement. In 2025, we will continue to support these essential institutions within the justice system. While it's acknowledged that these organizations require additional funding, finding a balance with our limited resources remains essential. Then, a detailed analysis of the budget by economic category shows that the operational expenditures for the ministry constitutes only 4%, which covers SLAs, contracts, and legal expertise. We strongly believe that the necessary expertise required to implement significant and impactful changes to policy and legislation is not adequately represented in this budget. Therefore, additional funding for critical project-based initiatives will be pursued in the future. The ministry is dedicated to achieving its strategic policy objectives, but emphasizes that sufficient resources are essential. The remaining economic categories, as shown in this slide, account for an additional 9% of the operational budget, totaling just over 3.1 million guilders, which supports the operations of the entire ministry. Then, the economic category for projects and activities accounts for 11.8% of the operational budget, translating to an overall allocation of 4.2 million guilders. Key initiatives within this category include the VGT project, that's Versterking Grenstoezicht, which is subsidized by the Netherlands, and with a budget of 2 million guilders for 2025. Additionally, efforts to combat subversive crime and human trafficking are collectively budgeted at 300,000 guilders, along with subsidy support from BZK. Other initiatives such as electronic monitoring program, the Executive Protection Unit, and the FIU project aimed at enhancing capabilities to combat money laundering, as well as activities related to the AVO and Justice Week, are budgeted at approximately 1.9 million guilders for 2025. The ministry has a total budget of 677,500 guilders allocated for courses and training. Other specific operational expenditures fall under the category of other goods and services, which represents 23.3% of the total operational budget. This category encompasses various expenses, including meals and medical costs for detainees, expenditures for inmates that are housed in the Netherlands, foster care support for children in care, legal expenses related to the representation of detainees, and subsidized legal aid. While this category is significant, it often fails to capture all the necessary resources accurately due to unpredictable needs. Consequently, unexpected expenses may lead to sacrifices in other budgeted areas to stay within available resources. Furthermore, it's noteworthy that a substantial 49.2% of the overall operational budget is allocated to the expenses of our justice chain partners, which I mentioned before, that 17 million, give or take. Then the CapEx, as in this draft budget, the capital budget for 2025 places significant emphasis on the necessary investment in the ministry's service vehicle fleet, which has been neglected for several years. This investment is crucial for ensuring the safety of our officers and staff as they perform their duties. Additionally, there will be further investment in the CCTV surveillance network of KPSM, which is essential for maintaining visibility in high crime areas throughout St. Martin. I heard some comments about what we're doing for the rise in crime. This is one of them. And this allows, of course, for better resource utilization and more effective response to and prosecution of crimes. The final component of the investment is related to the phase 2 of the UNOPS project for the prison, which I'll touch on in a couple slides. Then the justice personnel. I know we talked about this briefly in the Central Committee, but I wanted to really put this here in and paint a picture for the members of Parliament and those viewing at home. Regarding the most critical aspect of our ministry and its largest budget segment, personnel, we can see a clear reality check if we look at this slide in terms of the resources needed versus those that are available. So we have here our FTEs and the actual on-hand staff that we have within those departments. The situation highlights that the ministry has been operating with resources significantly below what is required. It also reflects the unwavering dedication of our personnel and their commitment to this country, achieving results despite these challenges. However, this is an undesirable situation with less than 50% of the necessary personnel available in the Ministry of Justice. There are critical vacancies within the management team and essential expertise needed to meet policy and legislative goals, as well as frontline staff that need to be budgeted to ensure the continued growth and allow departments to function at full capacity. Addressing these realities is crucial, and budgetary parameters must evolve to tackle these shortfalls. And I think working on these is also one of my priorities for this coming year, to see how we can work together to bring more capacity. Then some notable projects that I'll go into. The Crime Fund is listed at the bottom, but I have slides on the other ones, so I'll just dive into that one first. I've taken note of the motion that was submitted by MP Roseberg, and I believe also MP Arian, regarding the Crime Fund, and I appreciate the attention that's been drawn to this important matter by the MPs. While the policy plans for the fund are not included in this draft budget, I assure you that detailed proposals will be submitted to Parliament during Q1 of 2025. In developing these policy plans, I want to mention that the allocation and use of Crime Fund resources will be handled with utmost care. This is particularly important in light of critical remarks previously made by the General Audit Chamber and the Council of Law Enforcement, which highlighted areas of concern regarding the fund's management. In that light, I also want to say that I've already had preliminary discussions with the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports to collaborate with the ministry on crime prevention initiatives within our schools. We spent a lot of time talking about youth and crime, and I think we really need to start in the schools and really be in front of all of this. So, we're working together. We already have some elaborate plans, but of course we want to ensure that everything is properly put together and that there's a concrete plan for the year when we bring that to Parliament. Aside from doing things in the schools, what I want to look at as well is I intend to allocate funding towards initiatives that address human trafficking, and with the goal of improving our Tier 3 status within 2021. So our goal is to go from Tier 3 to a Tier 2 watch list, as we call it. Then, of course, the placement process, which I know is one that everybody cares very deeply about. Here's an update of where we are so far. So we can report that upon reviewing the progress made in phase 1, that 530 employees are scheduled for a formal placement as of January 1st, 2023. And of that, 290 LBAs have been formalized. This includes the most recent batch 12, which I signed in December and have since handed out to these employees. Although the progress has been slower than desired by the personnel, achieving more than 50% of the phase's progress is still a positive outcome. So here we have, so far, we need to get to 530. Right now we're at 288. And the total retroactive payment so far for this 231 is about 5.5 million guilders. And then the rest here are pending payment. This also shows here per department where we are. So as you can see, this is then a total overview of how we got to the 288. This includes batch 12 that was just handed out. And then as we see here, as you can see, it's clear that the Point Blanche prison has not made progress, but this is directly linked to, we are, however, the function book is finished for that, for the Point Blanche prison, and the aanbodsbrieven are supposed to go out within the coming weeks. So we're hoping to really get that. It's a priority of mine also to get the prison sorted as soon as possible so that they have like legal certainty as to their exposities. Yep, and then I think specifically regarding batch 12, there were 25 LBAs that were sent up to the governor. However, there were errors and 2 of them were sent back by the governor, so those 2 are being rectified. So there were 23 in batch 12 that are now in this overview. Then the prison project. In November 2020, due to the structural poor conditions in St. Maarten's prison system, the then Minister of Justice requested assistance and cooperation from the Netherlands to address these issues. This collaboration is based on the cooperation agreement on safeguarding the Plan van Aanpak for Curaçao and St. Maarten, under which there was a plan of approach for detention. In response, the Netherlands allocated a one-time grant of 30 million euros in 2020, of which 20 million euros is designated for constructing a new prison. The remaining 10 million euros is intended for broader improvements in the detention system. By the end of 2022, the necessary agreements were signed with the Netherlands and UNOPS to design a new prison for St. Maarten that meets all relevant international standards. 4 million euros of the 20 million euros was allocated for this design phase. Last year, UNOPS delivered the design as planned and initiated the tender process for construction. The next phase is to proceed with building the prison. On November 14th, 2024, my predecessor, along with the regional UNOPS director and the Dutch state secretary for Kingdom Relations, signed an addendum to the original agreement appointing UNOPS as the project manager for phase 2. The Netherlands will co-finance the construction with around 16 million euros, the remaining of the 20 million minus the 4 million used for the design. This phase 2 marks a significant step in addressing the structural issues in St. Maarten's prison system and fostering a safer society. The new prison will gradually increase capacity and is expected to be completed by October 2028. I have here around 75 million guilders has been allocated for capital expenditures in the approved amended budget for 2024 for phase 2 of this project. Of this amount, 43.2 million guilders will be a loan requested by St. Maarten, while the rest, as mentioned before, is financed by the Netherlands. As I close, I must reiterate that this draft budget for 2025 for the Ministry of Justice presents stark challenges. It does not even allow us to fully maintain current operations, let alone expand or innovate. The limitations of this budget are felt across every sector and every department within this ministry. Justice and security are not luxuries. They are the backbone of any functioning society. When systems are underfunded, the risks extend beyond inefficiency. They threaten the safety and the stability of this country. This is a reality that we cannot afford to ignore. While the limitations of this budget are clear, they do not diminish my resolve to address them. I'll prioritize collaboration at every level, working alongside both local and Kingdom partners to identify opportunities for growth and secure the support needed to strengthen the justice sector. At the same time, I'm committed to optimizing our existing resources through targeted reforms, ensuring that every effort contributes to delivering justice and security for the people of St. Maarten. However, this cannot be the ministry's fight alone. I call upon this Parliament to prioritize justice and security as essential investments in this country and in St. Maarten's future. Let us work together to address these challenges head-on and to ensure that the Justice Ministry has the means to meet its obligations and to adapt to the ever-evolving needs of our country. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to receiving your questions.
Thank you very much, Minister Natalie Taklin, for your presentation on the budget for the Ministry of Justice. Members of Parliament, ministers of the COM, ladies and gentlemen, we will now adjourn until 6:45, 6:45 p.m., at which time we will continue with the ministers who are yet to present their budget for the year 2025. So at this time, we adjourn until 6:45 p.m. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, Ministers of Government, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome back to this meeting of Parliament. The meeting of Parliament handling the draft 2025 budget of the country St. Martin as presented by the government of St. Martin. We have had a presentation from several ministers regarding their budget. We continue with these presentations as I invite the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, Ms. Melissa Gums, to take the floor and present her ministry's budget. Minister Gums, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good evening to the honourable members of Parliament, yourself, the Griffier, my colleague ministers, and those joining us online or via radio and the general public. Madam Chair Lady, it's a privilege to present the 2025 budget for the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport. While no new policies have been taken up in this budget, the budget does reflect our commitment to continuing on, for the moment, the 2024 budget policies that focus on moving St. Martin towards a future where every citizen is skilled in some way, shape or form, every child is empowered to be their own personal advocate as they chase their dreams and goals, and where our country thrives through the interconnected vehicles of education, culture and sports. I must also note for Parliament and the public's knowledge that there was a version sent to the members of Parliament. There will be an updated version sent as well, as we were making some slight changes while my other colleagues were presenting. The agenda for this budget will be a budget overview, capital investments and income for the departments and divisions, and the way forward. The vision for the Ministry of ECYS, based on the strategic plan from 2016 to 2026, was to meet the demands and support the people of St. Maarten to become self-confident, resilient, lifelong learners, creative, and critical thinkers. The mission was that youth will thrive and reach their full potential to become active citizens with a sense of shared responsibility. We will ensure that there are ample opportunities for the people of St. Maarten to be lifelong learners. We will safeguard our cultural identity by protecting and promoting our tangible and intangible heritage, and our citizens will actively participate in sports and other physical activities. When we look at the impacts of the approach within the ministry, there is a measure twice and cut once philosophy. Proper assessment to ensure the conditions are placed for equal opportunity and access to quality education, culture, and sport, which will secure continued development of human capital for economic growth, as well as contribute to nation building, social cohesion, and identity development. The policy priorities within the Ministry of ECYS: Policy Area 1, integrating education, culture, and sports with labour market needs. Our secondary education reform plan prioritizes the development of excellent schools, equipping students with the skills needed to meet societal and labour market demands. These initiatives align with the reform measures of the country package and the recommendations on public education spending. Skilled citizens, Madam Chair Lady, are the foundation of a resilient economy, and this investment strengthens both individuals and our nation. Policy Area 2, improving access to education. Access to good and quality education is a cornerstone of our national development vision. The 2025 budget emphasizes funding compulsory public and subsidized education to ensure accessibility is possible at all levels. Special education and local higher education legislation are priorities, ensuring inclusivity and efficiency in the delivery of education. Policy Area 3, improving learning outcomes and enhancing student learning performance. To improve academic performance, we are implementing a comprehensive language policy, strategies to enhance literacy and numeracy, a national framework for assessing education quality under the Education Supervision Law. We are also addressing, as my colleague Minister Justice mentioned earlier, school violence, expanding summer school programs, and amending laws to ensure better educational outcomes. Policy Area 4, modernizing educational, cultural, and sports facilities. Providing safe, sustainable infrastructure is vital. Reconstruction funds and capital investments will continue to repair schools, gymnasiums, and libraries. These investments support health, social cohesion, and participation in sports and culture, which are essential for community well-being. Policy Area 5, developing professionals working with children. Professional development for teachers and specialists is at the forefront of this ministry. Initiatives include revising the education function book, conducting research on remuneration, and operationalizing the Charles Leopold Bell School to advance inclusive education. Training in the youth and youth sector ensures a skilled workforce for the healthy development of all children, especially the vulnerable. Policy Area 6, Youth Awareness and Participation. We are focused, Madam Chair Lady, on enforcing the International Convention on the Rights of the Child and addressing the recommendations of the Committee on the Rights of the Child. And activities to enhance youth participation in society will also strengthen their role as future leaders and active citizens. Policy Area 7, Increasing Participation in Education, Sports and Culture. Public-private partnerships, which is a focus of this ministry moving forward, will expand sports programs and infrastructure. And the Youth Hub will deliver child-friendly services, promote the benefits of sports, and advance social cohesion through cultural initiatives. Policy Area 8, Promoting Parental Involvement. Parents play the most vital role in their children's education and their extracurricular development. Prevention programs, equality initiatives, and guidance for vulnerable families are all part of the plan to foster stronger support networks for students. Policy Area 9, Compliance with Youth Legislation. The Integrated Youth Policy Framework 2020 to 2030 and the National Policy Framework for Early Childhood Development ensure structured, effective implementation of youth development strategies. This ministry plans to integrate sustainable financing for youth programs as reconstruction funding is actually beginning to conclude. Policy Area 10, Effective and Efficient Budget Use. Strengthening financial management and accountability is a priority. The ministry is committed to ensuring that every dollar serves the vision of accessible quality education, culture, and sports, and there are assessment plans in place to ensure this. Policy Area 11, Strengthening Management. The MECI's Management and Information System will enhance monitoring and evaluation, beginning with the education sector and expanding to sports, culture, and youth, because you cannot measure what you cannot manage what you cannot measure. Employee satisfaction survey insights will guide management reforms, and I'm looking forward to the deployment of this program to ensure that we can effectively assess how MECIS is performing. Policy Area 12, Sports and Culture as Economic Drivers. Promoting sports and creative industries supports economic diversification, as my colleague Minister TEATT mentioned earlier. Encouraging top athletes and cultural representatives to participate internationally will enhance St. Martin's global presence and will foster national pride. And as you can see when you drive on the roads by certain spots, there's already some initiatives geared towards promoting that. Policy Area 13, Youth Empowerment and Responsibility. Life skills and leadership programs will equip youth to take informed decisions, overcome challenges, and prepare for the labor market. And the Business Outreach and Placement Program will offer valuable experience to bridge gaps in skills and confidence. Policy Area 14, Regional and International Representation. Supporting athletes and cultural representatives at international events, as mentioned earlier, strengthens our global footprint. And collaborations with the NSI and SMSF will maximize participation and foster excellence. And Policy Area 15, Heritage and Nation Building. Cultural heritage is central to St. Martin's identity and our development, and it is important that we integrate arts, heritage, and creative industries into formal and informal education, ensuring a well-rounded foundation for nation building. Now to delve a bit into the economic expenses per category in this budget, Madam Chair Lady. I just want to note, historically, the budget of ECYS has been the largest budget. However, it must be noted that the biggest chunk of that budget, approximately 63%, is allocated to subsidies for the subsidized schools. The second largest chunk is allocated to personnel costs, which includes public school teachers, approximately 23% of the budget. The third largest chunk is school bus payments, totaling 3.6 million guilders. The fourth chunk is what I consider an investment in our future and is allocated to study financing and is a little over 3 million guilders. The remainder, which should then be considered as the actual budget of the ministry for its own policy and initiative development after the other statutory obligations have been disbursed, is a little over 10 million guilders. This is a point I want to make because the notion that ECYS has the biggest budget and should be doing more is one that is based on the overall figure presented in the budget. In reality, the actual amount available is minimal, and I urge everyone, the public and the members of Parliament and my colleague ministers, to take that into consideration as we move through 2025 and thereafter. Personal expenses, as you may note, have increased in 2025. This is a result of the projected indexation of salary scales. Additionally, there is an increase in the vacation allowance to 8%, along with budgeted increments in the salaries of civil servants. In goods and services, there's been no increase in the total budget for this from the budget amendment of 2024 to 2025. The only change is a reallocation of funds from study financing to goods and services to support the project study in the region. Subsidies have increased by 2,353,271 guilders in 2025. This increase is, of course, due to a 2% raise in salaries for subsidized school boards. If we look at some closer insight into the department budgets, just to be clear as well, that the discrepancy that you see in education between 2024 and 2025 in the Department of Education, that's because that variance of 2 million guilders is extra subsidy, that it's not directly related to the subsidized schools, but is still part of the department's overall budget. A comparison between the Minister, Cabinet, and Staff Bureau of ECYS, there are no significant changes that have been made or shifts in the totals here. It remains relatively the same looking from 2024's budget amendment. Looking at capital investments and income, the ministry does bring in a little bit of income, I have to say. It's not a big-time revenue-generating entity. However, study financing repayments make up the bulk of that income. No shift between 2024 and 2025, with 371,689 guilders being brought in. And the division examinations brings in a steady 150,000 guilders as well. However, we are looking at optimizing their abilities to increase their income. Regarding capital investments, network upgrades and expansion at our public schools, as well as desktop computer replacements and furniture equipment for SMVTS, as well as hardware and software at our schools is self-explanatory. I just wanted to touch a bit on the allocation of the 350,000 guilders to Martin Luther King School. Based on a request from DPE and after consultation with New Works Department within VROMI and the school's management, 2 upgrades to MLK were deemed extremely urgent, and as a result, the available CapEx funds will be reallocated accordingly. The project involves upgrading the drainage infrastructure around the entire school to minimize flooding and enable the smooth flow of water after excessive rains. These works include, first, the demolition of the old concrete septic tank, the installation of French drains around the school buildings, and the waterproofing of the floors and walls of each building. The playground itself would be resurfaced to ensure it meets safety standards for students. The current state of the playground presents potential hazards and affects students' physical education opportunities. The intention is to resurface the areas to maintain a safe, enjoyable space for students during their outdoor activities, utilizing flooring materials that allow water to drain, such as porous asphalt or pervious concrete. Regarding the renovation of sport facilities, prior to my assuming office, Budget 2025 was submitted with an overview for capital expenditures related to an HVAC system and flooring for the LB Scott Sports Auditorium, as well as stadium lights at Raoul Illich Sports Complex. The HVAC system at the time could not be considered under the currently running trust fund project, as the trust fund was not established for installation or works on facilities that were not present before Hurricane Irma, hence why it was included in CapEx. Since then, thanks to my colleague minister, the Ministry of TEATT expressed interest in assisting ECYS with this HVAC system, and as such, we are now in the tendering process for these works. Regarding the flooring of the sports auditorium and the stadium lights at the Raoul Illich Sports Complex, these works were included in the overview for NRPB. Unfortunately, due to the timing taken by that project, and what was done with the artificial field and track, it was decided to include these works in CapEx. ECYS was able to complete the field and track in 2024 and was hoping to complete these other items in 2025. In the meantime, the agreement with the contractor has been signed to execute the works at the sport facilities, which means that these works are going to be executed under the NRPB projects. With this in mind, there are several potential projects that we are exploring to deviate these funds to that will provide necessary upgrades to existing sports facilities. It's my intention to consult with the Department of Sports and the National Sports Institute to identify those most critical items. Regarding the expansion and renovation of the John Larmony Center, the expansion of JLC, the Ministry, of course, recognizes the importance of those proposed renovations and expansions, and this initiative aligns with our vision to support artistic development and the growth of the culture creative industry, a critical component of our strategy to diversify St. Martin's economy under the Orange Economy Framework. The outlined phased approach for the top floor development and the subsequent addition of a small theatre demonstrates a comprehensive plan to enhance the center's capacity to serve as an incubator for creative talent. Specifically, Madam Chair Lady, Phase 1 and Phase 2 relates to the foundational work and completion of the top floor, including the addition of dance studio space, visual arts rooms, office spaces, and critical infrastructure upgrades, which are essential steps in meeting the immediate needs of our artistic community. This has already been approved by government, so Phase 1 and 2. Phase 3, the construction of a small theatre in the courtyard area will fulfill the center's vision, providing a versatile venue for performances and creative showcases. We do acknowledge, of course, the preliminary cost estimate of 3.5 million guilders for Phase 3 and are working diligently to explore funding opportunities to ensure the realization of this transformative project. This initiative, of course, represents a vital investment in the future of our cultural and creative industries, fostering artistic excellence and economic growth. The Ministry stands committed to collaborating with stakeholders to bring said vision to life. And the expansion of NEPA. Where it regards the expansions at NEPA, this would include an administrative office at 125,000 guilders, student engagement center with cafe at 100,000 guilders, a simulation lab for the nursing program at 125,000 guilders, an expansion of the culinary and hospitality units at 125,000 guilders for a total of 500,000 guilders. Moving along to a look at our division budgets. Just to explain again, the Division of Education Innovation, there is an increase in costs for day, primarily due to funds being shifted from study financing's Study in the Region project being reallocated to day for initiatives that the department is looking to execute, particularly in the fields of artificial intelligence and other tech-related projects. Division DPE has experienced an increase of 729,406 guilders, which is attributed to index salaries, the 8% vacation allowance, and salary increments across 194 staff members. Regarding the other divisions, the increase in costs is related to projected indexations, the vacation allowance, and salary increments for staff. Just as a comparison, as I mentioned previously, the number may look very large, but ultimately what is left for the ministry after all required disbursements have been executed is about 10 million guilders. This is, of course, something that I will touch on in my last slide to explain how we plan to bridge that gap. Right. What's next for the Ministry of ECYS? A review of foundation-based education, FBE, in 2025. The review will include the following: curriculum, teaching strategies, teacher trainings, principles promoted by FBE, learning methods and assessments, and instructional materials being used in all government-funded primary schools on St. Martin. The objective of the ministry is to use research findings and recommendations to inform structural improvements in the delivery of primary education, which would improve student learning outcomes and provide our children with a stronger foundation for their academic future. A review of the strategic plan for ECYS 2026 to 2036. The strategic plan of MECIS expires as of 2026. Together with my cabinet, our SG, and department and division heads, we have agreed to begin reviewing that plan so that the updated strategy for the ministry can be finalized and published on time. This will, of course, entail consulting with all ECYS stakeholders, internal and external, to ensure that there's a progressive and scalable way forward for the ministry. Public-private partnerships that work. There are opportunities for public-private partnerships and other funding that benefit the ultimate beneficiaries of everything that the Ministry of ECYS does, students and the wider public. However, this minister does not like haphazard approaches to solving long-running structural and systemic issues. Together with internal ministry stakeholders, we will be looking at properly structured public-private partnerships, as well as at other funding and collaborative opportunities to supplement the 10 million guilders that is currently available for projects and initiatives. A review of the lump sum system. The Ministry of ECYS is conducting a comprehensive assessment of the LSS in collaboration with SOAB. This holistic review includes several elements, of which increased compliance, accountability, and quality assurance, which all form essential parts in this process. This process aims to establish an evaluation framework to regularly evaluate the educational funding provided to school boards. The ministry has prioritized a preliminary review, which aims to address the more immediate concerns related to, for example, the impact of the increased cost of consumption and categorical deficiencies encountered by school boards. The ministry aims to advise on the preliminary assessment by 2026 and on the comprehensive evidence-based assessment by 2029. And the continued execution of NRPB projects. The status of the Fostering Resilience Learning Project, FRLP, just to give a brief overview of components 1 and 2. The FRLP aims to rebuild inclusive learning environments and restore critical library services in St. Maarten, severely impacted by Hurricane Irma. Key facilities under this initiative include the Sister Marie Laurence Primary School in Mid-Region, Charles Leopold Bell Primary School in Coal Bay, and the St. Maarten Library in Phillipsburg. The demolition and reconstruction timeline, just to share a bit following update meetings as well with the NRPB. The demolition and reconstruction of these properties will proceed in a phased approach, as I outlined. The Sister Marie Laurence School, slated to begin January 2025, of course, based on mobilization of the contractor. Construction would start April 2025 after site clearance, and expected completion would be August 2026. Charles Leopold Bell Primary School, demolition will begin March 2025, design completion by May. Construction would begin March 2026, and expected completion Q4 2027. For the St. Maarten Library, demolition will begin March 2025, design completion May 2025, construction will begin March 2026, and expected completion Q1 2027. The overall FRLP is projected to conclude by April 2027. The FRLP represents a vital step in rebuilding educational infrastructure and restoring access to learning resources for the community. The ministry remains committed to ensuring the timely and efficient delivery of these essential projects, and I have asked the NRPB to ensure that where things can be hastened, that they are, with the full support of the ministry and the minister. Honourable Members of Parliament, Madam Chair Lady, as I conclude my presentation, I wish to emphasize that this budget reflects our commitment to advancing education, culture, youth development, and sports despite the significant challenges we face. While the ministry does not have revenue-boosting measures, the implementation of the Ministry Management and Information System, MMIS, is expected to generate significant cost savings through increased efficiency and the reduction of duplicative manual processes. This, in turn, will enhance the delivery of public services and see a possibility where we can reallocate resources where necessary. We acknowledge the risk inherent in this budget and are taking steps to address them, as I mentioned before. The lack of adequate staffing in education and the absence of budgeted activities for youth policies and early childhood development pose serious challenges, including strained resources, strained personnel, reduced access to care, and potential social inequalities. In sports, reduced funding threatens our ability to develop facilities, programs, and athletes, compromising the health and overall well-being of our citizens. Reconstruction projects remain critical, but rising costs and sustainability requirements necessitate careful planning and financial provisions to secure long-term benefits for our schools, libraries, and programs. Despite these risks, we are steadfast in our vision to create a resilient and inclusive society. I urge Parliament to continue its support of our mission and work collaboratively to mitigate these challenges. Together, let us ensure that every citizen of Sint Maarten has the opportunity to thrive and contribute to the nation's progress. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister Melissa Gomes, thank you so much for that presentation on the Ministry of ECYS. Thank you very much, Minister. And we continue, and I now invite the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, Minister Richnel Brug, to, oh yes, we're going to have a transition to the Minister again. So we're going to adjourn for about 5 minutes and allow the minister or the ministries to transition to the next ministry up, which is the Minister of Public Health, Labor and Social Development, or Social Development and Labor. And so we're going to adjourn for 5 minutes. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, ministers of the Council of Ministers, good evening, welcome back. We continue immediately following the adjournment with the Minister of VSA, Minister Richnel Brug, who will present his ministry's budget for 2025. Minister Brug, you have the floor.
Blessings, people of St. Maarten. Blessings, members of Parliament, my colleague ministers. It is an honor to be here today to present the VSA 2025 budget. As members of Parliament are aware, this budget is a reflection of the 2024 amended budget recently passed in Parliament. Considering that the budget was completed prior to me taking office, my personal contribution is not yet totally reflected in this budget. Having said that, I am committed to addressing the challenges within the VSI ministry and the challenges of our people. At the end of the day, skeleton budget or not, VSI takes care of the people of St. Maarten, and we will continue to do so. The agenda will be as follows. First, an overview of the different departments and other organizations that falls under the Ministry of VSI. Second, the ministry's motto. Third, a comparison between the 2024 and 2025 budget. And lastly, I will discuss HR matters within the ministry. Within the ministry, there are 3 policy departments that falls directly under the Secretary General and her support staff: Public Health, Social Development, and Labor. 6 different executing divisions, which are Inspectorate, Collective Prevention Services, Ambulance, Social Services, Labor Affairs, Community Development, Family and Humanitarian Affairs. And 2 ZBOs, SLS, St. Maarten Laboratory Services, and SZV, Social and Health Insurance. The motto of the ministry is 2025 and beyond. The focus of the ministry is to empower its employees to fulfill their potential. This enables the ministry to serve the community with passion and compassion. The ministry continues to prioritize the following: conduct a poverty line study, initiate programs that alleviate poverty, execute a planned approach that focuses on proactive, preventative mental health care campaign, execute preventative healthcare projects in collaboration with key stakeholders, such as the different ministries, semi-public sector and private sector, assess and identify possible revenue-generating streams for VSI, establish a VSI 2025 to 2030 multi-annual strategic plan that focuses on more efficient and effective ways to provide adequate service to the most vulnerable groups within our community. Assess and implement initiatives that will reduce the number of persons who are currently uninsured. Contribute to the sustainability of health and social fund. And finally, amend labor laws, labor ordinance. With regard to the overall budget, comparison expenses and revenues, there will be an increase of approximately 400,000 when compared to the 2024 budget expenditures. The indexation of the salaries have prompted this increase. The 2025 budget income shows an increase of approximately 1.3 million when compared with 2024. This is prompted by the projected increase in the revenues from work permits which have been increasing steadily over the past few years. The main expense categories are personnel costs, subsidies, goods and services, Social Security and health insurance, the sickness insurance for civil servants. The two largest expenses are in the Social Security and health insurance and the sickness insurance for civil servants. Important to note is that the sickness insurance for civil servant is not only limited to VSA, but it also includes all civil servants across all ministries. As it relates to the revenues, the bulk is generated through work permits, fines, and charges for private ambulance services. As it relates to human resource matters, there are 146 FTEs currently filled. 11 civil servants left the organization in 2024, of which 4 went on to pension. The total number of VSS staff per educational level are as follows: 17 FTEs based on a secondary educational level, 51 FTEs on an MBO associate's level, 47 FTEs on a bachelor level, and 31 FTEs on a master's level. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that the focus of the Ministry of VSR for 2025 and beyond is to empower its employees to fulfill their potentials. Again, this enables the ministry to serve the community with passion and compassion. As stated before, despite the ministry having to operate on a skeleton budget, the focus remains on serving the most vulnerable groups within our community. While doing this, the ministry will also focus on revenue-generating initiatives and legislations. Throughout the course of January, the ministry will finalize our strategic action plan for 2025 priorities and will start to roll these out in February. Madam Chair Lady, I have reached the end of my presentation. I would like to thank the members of Parliament and the public for their attention, and I will await any questions from members of Parliament.
Thank you very much, Minister Richnal Brug, for the presentation of your ministry's budget for 2025. And I believe we now will have to give the next minister a few moments to transition from the Minister of VSA to the Minister of VROMI. So I will take another 5 minutes adjournment while we make that transition and then go over to the Minister of VROMI. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, Ministers of the Council of Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our meeting, public meeting number 9 for today, which started this morning, and we continue with the presentations by the ministers regarding their budget for the year 2025. We have actually had the presentations by all ministers. We will then continue with this meeting, starting with the questions by members of Parliament tomorrow, God's willing, at 10 a.m. However, before we get that far, of course, we need to have the final presentation by the Council of Ministers, which is the presentation by the Minister of VROMI. Minister Gums, Patrice Gums Jr., I invite you to take the floor on your budget. Minister Gums.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of Parliament, colleague ministers, those in the tribune, and those listening and watching online. I will be very efficient, as I am the last, and of course, I only have about 50% battery on my mic, so let's get started. This presentation will be, let me point out just two things that I've noticed in the presentation that need to be amended. The key achievements 2024 will not be in this presentation, and other matters should actually be listed as revenue generation initiatives. The presentation will be the first Ministry of VROMI organization, the mission and vision, as indicated, comparison by 2025-2024, revenue, expenses, highlights and expected expenses, policy priorities, CapEx 2025, and finally stated revenue generation initiatives. We begin firstly with just a general overview of the Ministry of VROMI in an organogram. I must state that it is slightly misleading because the only thing that really falls under the Secretary General is VROMI. All other services, so to speak, fall directly under the Minister's purview. The Ministry consists of the following departments and agencies: the Minister and his Cabinet, Staff Bureau, one policy department named Department of VROM, which falls under directly of the SG's mandate, and then 5 executing agencies, namely inspection, permits, domain affairs, new projects, and infrastructure. Currently, there are 101 employees working for the Ministry. For 2025, we are planning to fill 3 vacancies. If all those vacancies can be filled, this year the Ministry will be at approximately 74% of its total formation. St. Maarten Housing Development Foundation and the Nature Foundation also report to the Minister of VROMI, as the scope of work carried by both also falls under my mandate. The Ministry's vision and mission. The Ministry's vision is to realize an optimal living, working, and recreational environment for the country of St. Maarten through efficient services for the benefit of the community, the citizenry, and the government of St. Maarten. Mission. The mission is to ensure integral design and management of public space by establishing and implementing policy and legislation, as well as managing and guaranteeing an optimal living, working, and recreational environment for the residents of St. Maarten. Next slide. Overall comparison budget 2024-2025. When looking at the budget 2025, budgeted expenses, one will notice a slight increase of approximately 1.6 million guilders when compared to 2024 budget. This increase is solely due to the following: increase in personnel costs due to the indexation of salaries, personnel receive an increment through the HR cycle, and new personnel. Important to note is that Nature Foundation subsidy is listed in the budget as personnel costs under inhuur derde. A total of 304,000 of that 476,000 mentioned in the amount is their subsidy. As it relates to revenue is anticipated to change with an anticipated increase in building permits from 2,758,124 to 2,800,000. This is an increase of 41,876 guilders. In addition, a 4,500,000 decrease is reflected in the collection of outstanding canon that will be booked to 2024. A drop of 4.5 million collection of canon in comparison to 2024 is related to a change within my apologies, is related to a collection that would be retroactively booked for 2024. Next slide. Madam Chair, allow me to zoom in on the expenses as they offer an overview of government initiatives. The largest part of the budgeted expenses, around 64%, is allocated to goods and services. Within the ministry, infrastructure service or beheer dienst is projected to consume 92% of that budget in 2025. The current slide outlines the budgetary allocations to infrastructure services. The total estimated cost is 19,466,846 guilders. As stated, this represents 92% of the total amount allocated to goods and services, which is 21,124,817. Infrastructure management, there's an allocation of 8,010,293 towards garbage collection, 4,333,000 towards district cleaning, 2.3 million towards landfill, 1,385,000 to wastewater management, 1,245,553 towards security services, 664,000 towards miscellaneous, 600,000 towards road repairs and maintenance, 479,000 towards trenching, and finally 450,000 towards street lighting. Strategic, legislative, and policy priorities. The very first priority of the ministry is, of course, the countrywide zoning. This is both natural, hillside, coastal areas, and water bodies. In collaboration with TEATT, this zoning will also work towards supporting agriculture and bolster agricultural efforts within schools. Execution Lands Paquet E7. This entails the land issuance and pricing policy, as well as a spatial economic strategy, the SES. The SES is a plan that focuses on the geographic distribution of economic activities to maximize efficiency, investment, and job creation. It aims to leverage the benefits of concentrating industries and services in specific areas. In addition, the ministry has also engaged discussions with UNOPS on the matter of regulation, as well as infrastructural interventions towards traffic and traffic congestion. Integrated solid waste vision. Activities under this priority includes, 1, establishing a structure responsible for integrated waste management. This is, of course, the Waste Authority. 2, updating the waste ordinance to establish definitions, roles, responsibilities for relevant stakeholders involved in integrated waste management. This is, of course, updating of the waste ordinance. 3, establishing a financial framework to establish sustainable integrated waste management. And finally, 4, adopting a landfill disposal tipping fee. Activities 1 and 2, the tenders for those for legal assistance in that regard will be tendered within short. There's, of course, a trust fund project, SWMP, which deals, of course, with sewage wastewater management. The next priority is secure opportunities to affordable housing. This includes, of course, finalization of the housing policy, continuation of establishment of the mortgage-backed guarantee fund. This, of course, we started in 1995 and picked back up by the former administration and will be continued by my person, as it is a very necessary thing to support home ownership as well as our people. And finally, enhancing the relationship between the St. Maarten Housing Development Foundation. We also have, as well as priorities in our strategic legislative policy priorities, we have climate change report, funded through the Green Overseas Go funding, the Coastal Resilience Needs Assessment, CARINA, the International Panel of Deltas and Coastal Arenas, IPDC, the implementation of the new building code, the bestuurlijke handhaving beleid. This, of course, plays a critical part in VROMI's ability to enforce the law. Currently, only BOA, formerly BAFPOL, auxiliary police trained personnel can issue fines. These fines are issued by the public prosecutor, or handled by the public prosecutor. With the realization of this enforcement policy, administrative fines will for the first time be able to be issued, allowing for increased efficiency in application of existing policies and laws. Mobilization of funding of 1.9 million euros technical assistance. This, of course, is the 500,000 that was recently awarded by the Dutch government towards the additional that was gained from water pumps and water management, and of course 1.4 million towards technical assistance. In particular, we spoke about with the solid waste management initiatives. And then finally, we have the 11th EDF, the finalization of the connection sewage network in Dutch Quarter, and beautification of surrounding areas. On the execution side, Madam Chair, through you, 2025, we have priorities clearing up backlog of domain affairs, part as well as E7 country packages, clearing up backlog permits department, digitalization of all ministry services is very critical as well, given that, given the limited capacity of the ministry, as well as the ability to deal with everyone's requests more efficiently, digitalization is key. And of course, finally, migrate the ministry to AIMS payment orders. We move to CapEx 2025. We have a listing here of how we plan to use our CapEx 2025. We have $75,600,000 towards GB generators, $18,200,000 towards land purchase, $5,094,538 towards resurfacing program. This is, of course, of the main roads. $3,142,335 towards development of Dutch Quarter Road. Finally, Madam Chair, we have revenue generating initiatives. We have, of course, the landfill tipping fee that speaks for itself. We have the waste management fees and taxes that has to be implemented, as well as part of the general solid waste management program to EDMP, which is a trust fund project on how we actually address how we maximize the use of the current landfill. Enforcement laws and policies, I spoke about it earlier, regarding the handhaving and how we can more effectively increase revenue by implementing fines that also mitigate and curb any kind of going against the laws and policies of the ministry. Environmental Impact Fund, something that we are having discussions with St. Maarten Development Fund, with the idea of a fund that will work towards addressing and curbing the impact of future large-scale developments in the country. This is something that is still in its conceptual phases, and of course, as time goes on, I will continue to share that. And then finally, not necessarily revenue generation, but more cost reduction, the proposal for SLA for road maintenance. This is more of a long-term goal, given the fact that the more you maintain something, the less money you spend on it more ad hocly. And this will also work towards how we address the growing demands on our very limited budget. With that, Madam Chair, we've come to the end of the presentation. I thank you. Look forward to the questions from the members of Parliament.
Thank you, Minister of VROMI, Minister Patrice Gums Jr., for your presentation on the budget for the Ministry of VROMI. With that, we have come to the end of the presentations by the ministers of the Council of Ministers. All ministers have presented their ministry's budget. We have received these presentations. Again, I want to thank all the ministers and their support staff. I want to thank the members of Parliament and our support staff here at Parliament. And we will continue this meeting tomorrow morning, God's willing. And that will be at 10 a.m., at which time we will start with the questions by the members of Parliament. So until then, I will adjourn this meeting, thanking each and every one, also those who were tuned into this meeting during the course of today. This meeting is hereby adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m. Meeting adjourned.